Alright, so hello there, it's Tessa. Welcome back to my channel. I'm trying to figure out how to tape some papers together because I want to make a map. It needs to be bigger than a sheet of paper. Not a lot of room to work. Need something flat. It doesn't have a lot of junk on it. Would be helpful. The glasses on my face. Trying not to make a mess at the same time. Trying to tape paper together. So, bad thing about the tape. Oh, now I should have put tape on the other side, dummy. I can't write on the tape. Alright. So this isn't going to work. I'll just throw this one away and start over again. Only this time, we need to put it on the back of the tape on the back of the paper so I can write on the front. Well, what I was thinking, wasn't thinking, that was obviously the point of that is I was not thinking. So let's see here. More scrap paper. We have a lot of scrap paper around here. I print things out all the time, don't end up using them, and then they end up being scrap paper. Alright, let's see if I can get this on a flatter surface so I can tape it together. I don't know. I want to keep my eye open in case somebody happens to come along. Oh, I did it again. Upside down. Upside down. Okay. Now we'll probably run out of tape. No, maybe not yet. Hi, Rosalind. How are you? Nice to see you. I'm trying to make a big piece of paper so I can create my map of the city. At least one city. I may have to do more than one. Starting with one. Definitely need the city that I'm creating as the main theme of my book. So I try to place different things, but I need the other city probably as well. So I'm working on trying to tape the papers together, and I put them together wrong the first time. I couldn't figure out why. I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to write on any place there's tape. That's not gonna work right. Then it dawned on me I have to do it upside down. And then I flip it over, and then there'll be no tape. Duh. Not doing this very well. Neatness. Oh, that one didn't lay down flat, so I got a big crease in it. So, are you writing tonight? Or just popping in to say hello? In which case, excuse me a moment. Someone's knocking on my door. Sorry for the interruption. That was my neighbor. Brought me my mail and just told me that we're getting the stimulus, which is great news. I certainly won't turn that stimulus down. It'll make things a little bit easier. Oh, one I have to do, remember, promise to take my neighbor out Sunday. So I'll write that on my calendar. March 28th. Need a pen. Sorry about this. I haven't noticed before I forget. Here. Notate it. So, yeah, so he just said that the stimulus has been granted for positive this month. I don't follow the news, so I don't keep up with it. And he keeps me updated. And he just told me that they put it through, which is great news. For sure. I'm making my crazy little map here. Make it. I don't know how I'm gonna have to actually try to sit at the table or something because I can't pull it out here. That's for sure. Watching the numbers jump up and down, but nobody's saying. I have no idea if somebody's here or not. This is like a jigsaw puzzle. Trying to put this piece of paper together and make it so I can write on it and make it a big piece of paper. Since I don't have access to large pieces of paper, it's a lot of tape too. You are writing. Oh. Now I'm trying to put my map together so we get a couple people so we can sprint. If not, I'll start a sprint soon. Get this. I'm not the best map maker in the world. And I'm putting all this together. And then I want it to be a nice, neat map. Locally readable of my city. So I'll be able to face things like businesses and homes where people, the characters live. I'm creating a town. Kind of a hometown. Kind of like a hometown, because that's what it's going to be like a hometown mystery series. And so they're all the same people, same town, be in every book. So I need to create a map so I know where everything is. And it's a lot of writing. I won't too much of that. I see too much of that through the paper. Yeah, maybe I'll just make that regular scrap paper. So I'll go ahead and start it. How long would you like the sprint to be? I'm a 30-minute type person, but I know not everybody is. So how long would you like our sprint to be? The first one, anyhow. No promises all after that. To start with. Okay, great. Well, if you're fine with 30 minutes, then let's put it at 30 minutes, which is normally what I like to do. And we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okay. Oh no, 75 minutes. Don't tempt me. I didn't see that one first. I missed it. I don't know why I missed it. I jumped right over that and all the 25:30, and I said, okay, great. I just looked up and I saw 75 minutes. You sound like Devin. Um, don't tempt me. I do it. I do it. But I know other people would end up, if they showed up, would end up leaving on me. They don't like. I tried an experiment, went to 45 one time, and I lost all my people. I'm like, okay, I guess 45 is not the right number. Some of them will stretch the 30, but they won't stretch the 45. Some of them won't do more than 15. I know a couple people that will only do 20, 25. So I try to accommodate people. Even though I prefer 30, I try to accommodate people, with their wishes. So anyhow, I need to put that timer up so you can see it. There we go. And I will be back in 28 minutes. Happy writing! Well, hello there, Annuel. How are you? Oh, cool. 1,000 words to complete your goal for the week. That's doable. And not too much time, most likely, unless you run into an issue. Nice to see you. Stephanie's asking the group how long they want to do sprinting for. So if you haven't been there already, you can go put your vote in for how long you think the sprints will be for. She's trying to set that up. I said I prefer 30. I hate 15. I know Megan likes 20, 25. I don't know how she's going to figure it out. But if you want to put your vote in there, they were taking a vote earlier. Just click on there and go into our little group, because that's just our little group there. It's on your bottom left-hand side of the screen. So I am still trying to figure out how much my beach house is worth. This thing I'm creating, I created my big map so far by taping 6 pieces of paper together. I don't know if I'm going to make it any larger or not. But I don't have any place to really work on it. That's the hard thing. It's finding a space to lay all that out and work on it and try to lay out my... And if you like, make a mistake and... Like, I don't know what a layout of a city would be. I'm not looking forward to that part of this whole thing. But I need it for future writings, not just for what I'm doing now, because I want to do a series. Excuse me, I have hiccups. I get the hiccups a lot. So how did you do, Rose? I did, like I said, mostly research. So I couldn't find the timer. I changed it to the other side of my screen. I was like, where did I move that to? I couldn't find it at first. Yeah, so I don't actually set goals. I just write when I feel like it. And if I don't feel like it, I don't write. And if I do feel like it, I write till I feel, I don't want to do it anymore. And I don't set goals. We're just playing mommy for the boys. Huh? Hey, needs to be done, right? Earlier, I got my new inside piece to my BiPAP mask. That has to be changed. I had no idea what I was doing. I watched the video on YouTube several times, and I'm like, oh, I don't understand this. I don't see how it comes apart. So when the piece came, I'm holding it up to the mask. I'm trying to figure out what part of the mask it is. So I said, well, here goes nothing. And I yanked, and it popped out. I'm like, okay, well, that was easy enough. Let's hope it goes back. It's easy. So I put the piece up to where I thought it snapped out of and pushed, and I heard the click of it snapping back into place, and it looks like it's supposed to. So I think I managed that. But I was really afraid to pull the mask apart and have it not go back the way it was supposed to. So I think next time I won't be as upset and worried about it. I mean, I was really anxious about having to pull my mask apart and try to put it together again, but it really did snap in and out easily. I mean, they made it look easy in the video, but when I sat there and looked at this mask, I'm like, I don't see how this comes apart. I don't understand. But it was really leaking air bad. I mean, it was getting noisy, and the air was coming out the sides of the mask. So when I pulled it apart and I was feeling the old mask, it's so flimsy that it's a really thin, pliable piece of plastic that lines around the outside of the mask, keep the air, suction onto your face and keep the air inside. And as time went on, it got thinner and thinner, so it was getting areas where the air was starting to leak out around the mask, and like some places you could feel it, some you could just hear it. It was getting louder. So when I talked to them about it, they told me I have to change that every month. I'm like, oh, that's a pain. But it was easier than I thought it was. So I got that done. And then I started creating the layout for my map. I mean, putting the papers all together, taping them. And when I first taped it together, I taped them the wrong side up. And I thought, well, that's not going to work because you can't write on tape. So then I throw that out, start it over again, try to make sure I remember to put the paper, tape it from the underneath, not from the top. So I'd turn all the papers over and tape them that way to make a big piece to make a map on. My house is on a regular 8.5 by 11 sheet paper. I made the layout of my house for for story number 1. Anyhow, I still have to worry about story number 2 later, but I don't even know if I'll how far I'll go into with their house. Though when I rewrote this, I changed the way the story went. It actually doesn't refer to the house as much as it did in the first story I wrote. And that was, in camp. And then November came along and I decided to redo it and change a lot of things. So it became a different story altogether. Same approximate ending, but the whole beginning was different. Different characters, different point of views, and all that stuff. Okay. So we can do another sprint if you would like. I know I got plenty to do myself, personally. And you all has 1,000 words to get completed, so I'm sure he wants to get started. And like again, if you want to weigh in with, the debate going on about and just because she's making these plans doesn't mean that's the way it's going to go. She's making plans, but things tend to change at the last minute. So she may want to have, I want to have a 15 minutes warm up, and then I want to do 20-minute, and you've got an hour 30 altogether. But then something goes on in chat and it throws everything off, and there's too many variables. So she can plan this all she wants, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen that way. But if you want to weigh in on the discussion, it is going on now. Just to let you know, since you're part of the little group. We have another person now. Megan is also, you remember Megan McCarthy? She comes in here quite often. She's also part of our group. So far, we're all people that I know. We're all, writing together. So I feel comfortable with people I know. I'm a little uncomfortable with people I don't. Okay. So I'm going to set the timer, and I put it over here now. Trying to find it. I'm going to set it for 30 minutes again, and we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, you put in your 2 cents. All right. Great. That's great. Okay. So I'll see you guys in 29 minutes. All right. I'm trying to figure, still trying to figure this out. So I'm learning a lot of unnecessary facts. That's for darn sure. I don't know why I'm kind of a perfectionist, and I think that's part of the problem here, which is taking me so long to make a decision on how much I think this house is worth on the oceanfront property. I mean, I was trying to find out how much, and there's like contradictory facts in Google. So I'm like, okay, well, here it says you can buy a piece of land for really small amount. I don't know if it took it wasn't very much. And then I go somewhere else and I said, was looking for the cost of a piece of land, and New Jersey has the highest per acre cost, which is where I live, New Jersey. You guys, if you don't live here, wouldn't understand. We have the highest everything, highest property taxes, highest costs to buy a piece of land, highest everything, highest insurance, highest, it's just like, this is New Jersey, and this is what I dealt with all my life. So none of this is surprising me, but it's making things difficult because, they go, the average is such and such, but when I try to find out specifically for the states, I'm writing this with a fictional New Jersey. It's still New Jersey, so I'm trying to keep it as accurate as possible. It's like almost $200,000 for an acre of land, as opposed to several $1,000s somewhere else. And I'm like, what are we measuring here? I mean, how are we coming up with these crazy numbers? Well, I think I'm just going to pick some number out of the hat and say, okay, this is what it's worth. Whether it's right or wrong, no one's going to try to figure it out. Because I'm driving myself crazy, wasting a lot of time for what? Just to try to make it realistic. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just a book. Just a book. So, yeah, it looks like so far in the Discord, I'm in the minority because I prefer longer sprints than everybody else. I hate 15-minute sprints. I really hate them. The time I find my work and get started, the darn timer's going off. It's just a waste of time as far as especially 10-minute ones. I don't know how many people do 10-minute sprints. Oh, it's just a warm-up. A warm-up to what? It takes me that long to open all my programs. I don't get it, but I don't run it, so nothing I can do about it. I put in my 2 cents. Everybody else is putting in their 2 cents. And she can make her decision. And like I said, she can make a decision, and it probably won't work that way because things have a habit of working out differently. But she can make her plans if that's what makes her happy and go from there. I'm not the one in charge. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to make plans. And I don't have to obsess about them, which is what I would do if I was in charge. I would be obsessing the whole time. So just as well, I'm not in charge. Someone else can deal with that. It's their problem, not mine. All right. Daniel says, I wasn't very productive. I wrote 214 words and started eating dinner. Well, 214 words is not bad. And you were eating dinner, so you had an excuse. I'm certainly not going to hold it against you. Don't hold it against yourself. You still got plenty of time to get the other almost 800 words, excuse me, that you need to finish for the week. So, you know, and I wouldn't beat myself up anyhow. If you don't make a goal you set, it's not the end of the world. It honestly is not the end of the world. It's nice to have goals if that's the kind of person you are. Excuse me with the hiccups again. I'm sorry. The whole time I'm writing, they go away. I start to talk and I must swallow air the wrong way. And it starts the hiccups going. But, you know, if you're really goal oriented, I guess that can be bothersome, but I'm not goal oriented. And I don't get upset about a goal. So, you know, it's just a difference in how people are. But I think 214 words is great. And you ate dinner too. So, you know, it's nothing. And you said, oh, I agree, understand you about the 15-minute warm-up. I rarely write much, but 20 to 25 minutes sprints is more what I like. All right. Everybody has their own way of doing things. And we're people. We all have our own, you know, our own likes and dislikes. I try to make it, I prefer 30. If other people, I ask them when they come and join my group what they prefer. I don't remember you telling me that. Maybe you did. Maybe I didn't ask. I tried to ask. It's possible I didn't remember. I know Megan likes 25. So if Megan's here, I usually make them 25. I prefer 30, but I can, you know, I can change, but I'm not going to make 15-minute sprints. I'm not going to do it if I can help it. If I am on somebody else's, then I don't have a choice. But as long as I'm in charge, we're not having 15-minute sprints. I'm sorry. I just find them a waste of time. 20 minutes to 25, fine. No big deal. So you prefer 20 to 25? We can drop it back down. It's not a big deal. As I said, I try to ask new people when they come. Most of my people do prefer the 30 minutes, but there are some that prefer shorter. So, you know, I'm willing to either alternate or, you know, make them shorter or, you know, as long as certain people are actually sprinting, then I'll make them, I can make them shorter. So you'd rather do 25? We can go to 25. Oh, hi, Megan. Well, thanks for stopping in and hitting the like button. I think I already hit Charlie's when I was there earlier. We were just talking about the length of time with the sprints and everything. I said, well, I knew you like 25, so when you're on, I usually make them 25. I try to make it to what most people want. I prefer the long, as everybody knows by now. I prefer longer sprints, but if other people like I don't mind changing it. So we've all, you know, put in about oh yeah, welcome aboard. I see you joined the Stephanie's team on Discord for the write-a-thon. So now there's 3 of us besides Stephanie. I mean, she's trying to make a plan, and I know she's trying to make a plan, but you know what? Plans have a habit of changing. And I've seen things, the best laid plans in the write-a-thon something starts up in the chat, and the next thing you know, your best laid plans of setting, a certain amount of time for your sprints ends up not working out because something happens and you gotta either deal with it or you ignore everybody in the chat, and that doesn't go over well either. So, you can try to make a plan, but unfortunately, we'll have to see what happens the day of. Let's see what happens. Hopefully things will go the way she's planning them. But my experience with the write-a-thon is it doesn't go square. uh, exactly, Annual. That's what I said. You can make the plans, but when things get chatty and you kind of, unless you're going to just ignore everybody, it's kind of hard to keep to a plan. You can try. You can be like some people who just totally ignore everybody in the chat. And there are some out there that do that. They ignore the chat. They do their thing, and that's all they do. And they ignore everybody else. They just ignore the chat. So, it's just on the type of person you are and how you want to do it. So, I just find it too short, and I spend more time. I mean, it's not as bad now that I have a new computer. With my old computer, it would take me 20 minutes sometimes just to get something to load before I could even start. And then I no sooner starting, and it was so slow in between, the page, everything ran so slow. So for me, it would be like a waste of time. I'd no sooner get started and then be time over. I mean, right now it's not quite as bad, so, but I still don't like 15 minutes. 20 if I have to, 25, 30 preferably. But you're never going to get everybody to agree on a time, ever. Everybody has their own idea of what works best for them. And who's to say it's not best for them? Only they know what works for best for them. And as I've learned in life, you can't make everybody happy. It's impossible to make everybody happy. Now I see we're back down to one person again. Gonna be a slow night, I think. Greg and I were up all night talking. Long night talking. That's why I didn't get much sleep today. I was up so late talking. And we weren't writing, we were talking. Well, I was talking and he was putting an occasional something in the chat. Occasional question in the chat. And I was doing the talking. That's the only bad thing. Like one person, is talking and everybody else has to type in the chat. You're right. Yep, exactly. No matter how hard you try, you cannot please everyone. You can't. It's just impossible. Which is kind of why we have what is supposed to be a democracy. And, what is it? Majority rules. Because you can't get everybody to agree. So majority rules. Which is why always try to ask if there's somebody new if I don't know what they prefer. And like I said, I do know that Megan's at 25 usually. I think she said 20 or 25 in the thing. So, I usually switch to 25 automatically when I see Megan. Because I try to make people happy if I can. And, it's really only 5 minutes. 25 to 30 is 5 minutes. It's not a lot of time. I think some of it has to do with I'm a Libra and I like things equal. So to me, if you're dividing time, 25 doesn't work in an hour. No matter how you divide, it's not going to work in an hour. You can divide 20 into an hour. You can divide 30 into an hour. But you can't do 25 into an hour. But I'm kind of like, I think that's part of it is things have to be even for me. And I find 25 to be awkward. It's just a weird time. 25 minutes. Weird. 15 goes into an hour even. If you're going to get technical, 10 goes into an hour. 25, it just plain does not work. Oh, it's crazy. Okay. Are you ready to do another sprint? I know you said you started your dinner. Did you finish your dinner? I got to put together a number of value for this house. Figure out how much this woman has to pay. Oh, it's driving me crazy. I'm driving myself crazy for no reason at all, really. Making things more difficult than they have to be. Because I'm a perfectionist. Oh. Being a perfectionist is not a good thing to be. Definitely not. Yes, it's very hard. You don't know how she will do it. As you're only on an hour and a half and you add chat time, it will be interesting. It is. It is very difficult. And it's either you totally ignore the chat, and the people like to chat and they want to be heard and they ask questions. And, are you going to ignore them or are you going to answer their questions? It's it was when I thought about it, the more I thought about it, the more I was glad I was not the host. Because I had asked, if I could be a host, either or. And so I went into the host thing and it didn't get picked. And the more I thought about it, I thought, it's more trouble. It's definitely more trouble being in as a host than it is to just be a co-host or a watcher. So I'm just glad they didn't pick me as host. I don't think I'll go in for host again after thinking it through, all the hassles and setting up. She's got to set up the sprint room, like where we're at now. She have to put up the template and advertise it, set all that up. Don't be surprised if you get asked for a picture. Things like that, so that, that's just the way it is. You have to do that kind of stuff. And you set up just like you were doing for your live stream. She has to set up the live stream. She has to let all of us know what the invitation is, because you have to click on that in order to join her in the chat. So be watchful that day for the invite so you can join. If you will get an invite that'll take you into that chat where she's at. Other than that, There's really nothing that can be controlled. 30 minutes, I am probably just doing one more sprint, then I have to spend time with the grandchildren. Okay, gotcha. Haven't seen my grandchildren in a long time. My family is doing social distancing, and so I, unless they have to come, I don't see them. They prefer to stay isolated away from everybody. So the ones that live together. But me, I'm all by myself, so I don't get to see any of them. Hardly, except for when I go in the hospital. Then one of them's got to take me and bring me out or pick me up if I went by ambulance. So, that's the only time I get to see my family right now, the way things are going. They prefer to keep it. Now, I admit, my one daughter did come over for Christmas and brought the kids, so I did get a chance to see them that time. But it was very quick. They didn't stay long. All right, so let's get this. Oh, timer's over here today. This timer set up. Start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh yeah, I can co-host. I will never host. Too much work. I agree. And I didn't think about it when I first wanted to be the host. And I thought, you know what? I'm gonna think about it. I'm glad I didn't get it because it is. There is a lot of work, and you're the one that's in charge. And if there's a problem, you have to deal with it. I'd rather be the co-host. Yeah, unfortunately, in these times, it's understandable. I mean, I don't hold it against them. I don't want to get sick. I don't want them to get sick because of me. And, now most of us here where I live have been vaccinated now. So they should feel a little safer coming over here because we've all been vaccinated. But I don't know. They're still practicing, social distancing, even though we're family. We're not living together, so we're kind of practicing social distancing. But I'm closer to my neighbors than I am to my own family. So, go figure. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Get your goal done. See, I came back just in time. Timer's going to go off in a few seconds. I went down the rabbit hole. I did get a few things done, but for the most part, I went down a rabbit hole. I finally decided what my house is going to be worth. Put it through the mortgage generator to get an idea of the mortgage payment. There's another step done. I have to add that to my spreadsheet. I'm trying to make a list of how much money this woman has to make to get an idea what kind of job she has to have. Crazy. But my beta readers have been complaining about my choices. So I have to work it out and see whether she does need, what she needs to be. She needs 2 jobs. I know that. It's part of the story. But what 2 jobs? And the restaurant has to stay in there because I made the restaurant kind of it's integral to this story a little bit, but more so in the second book. So it has to remain. So it's the first job. It has to change. They said she was making too much money. Shouldn't need that much money. So I have to see just how much does she need to make. Maybe I can drop it down from what it was to a different job. So how did you do? Looks like it's still just you and me and you, huh? It's me and somebody, and put it that way. Maybe it's not anyone. Since it doesn't tell me who's here, I have no way of knowing unless somebody says something. Oh, good. Oh, good. 650 words. So you only have 136 words away from your goal, which you can write later tonight. Well, perfect. Sounds like you did great. Wonderful. So have fun playing with those grandchildren. I still got plenty to do. Keep me busy. I don't know if anybody else is coming tonight. It's Friday night. Kind of strange. I haven't seen Jen in a while. Was she here yesterday? Oh yeah, she was here yesterday, but she disappeared. I don't know if she's coming tonight. It's just around dinner time in her part of the country. And Jill says, thank you, I will. I'll also see you later in your other streams, or I will chat with you on Discord. Okay, great. See you later.
7:30 Eastern, starting Valley, where the audience helps me decide what I'm going to do with my There's a good chance that everybody actually there will be more discussions. Spatula or some tongs. Just be happy we're all in your favor. Oh my goodness. Yes, that is
Oops, wait a minute. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Comment. Oh, there it is. I was just talking about you. I was nobody here, so I went to another stream and then that finished up. So I was looking at a video and I thought, well, maybe I should check back. And there you were. Because I was wondering what I saw you were on Instagram. And I said, well, she's out and about. She's on Instagram. Because it tells me that you were busy on Instagram. It tells me that. So I knew you were out and about. And I was wondering if you were going to pop over. I said, well, I better go back and check. And then I hit the wrong thing, and you ended up hearing part of the video I was watching. And then I switched it off, that video, and another one popped up. I'm like, oh, great. What am I doing? So, how are you tonight? Hey, BA. Oh, wow. Just when I decided nobody was going to be here and I might have to shut down early, people start arriving. Cool. I thought I was going to have to shut down for the night because I'm like, there's nobody else here but me. And y'all just left. He was my last person. And I said, well, there's nobody here tonight. So I went back over to Charlie's, and Charlie was stopping for the night. So I said, well, can't go there. Yeah, I know you were. After you didn't come back for 2 hours, I told Greg, I said, she's not coming back. She fell asleep. I know she did. And I said, I bet you she sat down next to her daughter and just went to sleep. I don't think there is now, but there were Charlie and I earlier. I don't think anybody else is out there. He just shut his down. Yeah, well, I saw your message. It said daughter time when I came back from streaming, signed back in again. And I looked and it said daughter time. And then we continued on. And I said to Greg, I said, wow, she's been going a long time. I said, I bet you she fell asleep. I said, no, she does that. And then it was like 2 hours. I said, she's not coming back. It's been 2 hours. I started at 7 o'clock. It's Eastern time. It's 9:30 now. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. And my first batch, it's a little batch, little tiny batch of people left. So I'm like, nobody was here. Getting up to 5-ish is unpleasant. Oh my gosh. I'm usually climbing the bed at 5-ish. Climbing out of it would be a nightmare. So Greg and I sat up last night and talked all night long. It was 8:30, 9:30 or so his time. It was very early in the morning here. And he's like 5 hours ahead of me. No, I wasn't on Charlie's. I was just watching. I was in the audience. I was watching Charlie's, and I thought maybe he was still streaming, but I should keep doing it. But no, when I went back, they were just signing off. So, so much for that one. So I was debating what to do, whether I should stay on here or go. I mean, I have stuff to do, but I was just going to do it without the stream. But then YouTube popped on, so okay, now I got somebody. It was Daniel and I for quite a while. Like last night, I got him set up on the Discord, and then Megan joined. So now Stephanie Whitson, me, Megan and Enuel are all part of the same group on the worldwide write-a-thon in March. I think she's got 2 spots left open. Like you could always, if you wanted to try it, you could always do like he did and go on, join the Discord, and then get the spreadsheet, sign up, and then you have to go on the Discord and tell them which team you signed up, sprint you signed up for, and then they automatically pair you into that team, and you have your own little spot on the Discord where we can talk strategy and whatever it is we're going to do. She's trying to make plans, and I'm like, the best laid plans, unfortunately, in the worldwide write-a-thon is not necessarily going to happen. But she says she's a planner, and that's what she wants to do, and so that's what she's doing. I think you can do whatever you want. Oh, I know BA was back. This is his first week back at work. It's about to kill you, huh? Oh. So many people are used to being out of work. I can only imagine how hard it is going back. I mean, some people love their job and want to go back, but there's so many people that used to be at home and they love being home now. It's like, I don't want to go back to work. I'm trying to make a map of my town. So I was taping papers together earlier to make a big sheet so I can make a town, lay out my town so I can set things up in it. But I don't have a lot of room to work here, and it's like, how am I going to write on this thing? I only have this little teeny table. I drew my house plans, and they're a mess. They need to be redone, but they're the initial drawings of the one house that I've done so far. And I have another house I have to draw. I need floor plans because I am definitely not the kind of, I'm freehanding. That's what I'm doing. And their imagination and they're lousy drawn and they're by hand. And what I need is plans, so I know the layout of the land, so to speak. Because this house, for the second part, it's a large family, and they don't have a lot of room, and but because they have 12 children now. When I started out writing, they were 10 children, and all boys, so they could just put 3 bedrooms and bunk beds, not a major, I mean, there wouldn't be a lot of room, obviously, but, it's been done. And then I did a surprise thing in there, and they ended up adding a set of twins, and one of them's a girl. Just to throw a little hitch into the whole thing. Like, what are they going to do with this girl now? Can't put her in the same bedrooms with all these boys. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. But I have to lay their house out. But I need to set up my streets and, all that stuff. B says, yeah, I do like my job. I've missed seeing the kids and my coworkers. And now sleeping in a little later and being able to stay in PJs all day was nice. Jen says I get more work done in the office. I'm sure most people do. It's too tempting to just say, oh, I'll do it later. Just take it easy now. I would have loved to have worked at home, but I would have had a hard time with the discipline of keeping myself, okay, you're supposed to be working now. Not fooling around, not reading a book, not sleeping. Chances I'm homeless when I have to wake up. Oh my goodness. So I really wasn't doing much talking because it was hard. It's just Annuel and we weren't saying much. And so I'd set the timer and we'd go off. He only had a few words to write. He wasn't planning on writing anything else. So his grandchildren were there, so he was off to go play with the grandkids. And the only other person who stopped by was Rose, and she never hangs around. She just stops in, says hi, and then usually disappears. So she wasn't there. It was just Inuel and I, and he said he was going to go play with his grandchildren. So I waited a little while. I said I'll wait a little while. Asking for a week-long spirit week that is PJ themed. We used to have days at work where they like to do that. It's like, we'll have a PJ theme. And I'm like, I am not showing up to work in my PJs. I'm sorry. Just can't do it. Besides the fact that I don't wear PJs. All right. Yeah, I probably should eat again too. It's been a while since I've eaten. What do I want? What do I want? Don't want any more chicken and waffles. I do not like. I could boil a pot of noodles and have butter noodles. I love butter noodles. I could drag out the fixins and make chili. I have a package of frozen chicken I need to defrost, but it's frozen right now. I'm not waiting for that to happen. We can make chili and butter noodles. There's nothing like chili combined with noodles. I think I love the combination. Throwing chili on top of my noodles and mixing it all up. I don't like to do a lot of cooking, but sometimes I do like to eat those things. They're not going to happen unless I do it. BA says Fridays are days we can dress down, Levi's and a tee for me. Hey, where I work, even casual Friday was not jeans or anything. It was still business casual. That was casual as we got, business casual. I worked in a lot of offices. I worked in other places too. Now I worked in a factory and I was in whatever, shorts and a t-shirt during the summer, in the winter I would wear leggings and a t-shirt, that kind of stuff. But we were on the floor working in a factory. They didn't care. They certainly didn't want you dressed up for that. But when you work in an office, it's a little bit different. So now I got to put some food on too. But I'll start a timer before I end up going off to do that. I got to fix a place so I can work on my map. I got blog posts to do, a few of them. I'm getting closer to what kind of job my main character has to do. So now I got a mortgage payment, finally. What did I do with that page? Did I fill it out? Should have written it down somewhere. Oh, there it is. $2,500 a month for a mortgage payment for a beach house. That's probably cheap. I really didn't know what I was doing when I was looking things up. Add that to my spreadsheet for the boat expenses. So I can figure out what kind of job this woman has to have in order to make the beta readers happy because they think I got her working too much. That I shouldn't have to work that much. So we'll see. Let's see. BA says I wear school tees all the time with khakis. That is my dress up, maybe a polo. That sounds nice. I think our teachers had to wear suits. Seems to me, I vaguely remember the ladies were always in dresses and of course I'm talking back in the 70s when I was in high school. And, the men were always in suits. I don't know what it's like nowadays. I mean, khakis aren't bad. Polo shirts aren't bad. School tees, if everybody's wearing a school tee, I don't see why that should be a big problem either. But I worked in offices and we had to be business, and business dress. They didn't go full force and make us wear suits, but it was kind of like recommended. And there were certain days that if they were having company come in, that they expected everybody to be business. What do they call it if it's not casual? Business, full business, suit. And I only had one suit that sort of fit at the time, and they are expensive, as I'm sure you know. Even for women, they can be expensive. So I had one that had a matching skirt and pants, so you could wear at least two different ways. And but I hated wearing that thing. And you could wear a different shirt with it to maybe change it up a little bit. For the most part, it came with one shirt, so you could change like the colors of the shirt underneath. Would change it up a little bit. But I think the suit was gray and red stripes. So the top that came with it was red. But you could probably change that to a different color that matched, obviously, and change it up a little bit. I don't know. I didn't have to wear a suit all the time, thankfully. I I did a lot of different kinds of jobs. The factory work was different for me. Kind of at first it was out of my comfort range working in the factory. Then I kind of started liking it, and I really liked that job. Unfortunately, they moved down south and we got laid off. And I get the little tiny pension I get from them starting in November. I get a whole $126 a month. I said by that time I'll probably be able to buy a loaf of bread with it if I'm lucky. A couple tanks of gas. Oh, gee. Let's see. It really depends on the principal you work under. My last principal didn't really say anything for what we wore as long as it fit under the dress code policy. And a new principal likes us to dress up a little more. Ooh. And Jen wants to know what you do there again. All I know is he works in a school. Yeah, I don't know the particulars. If you were to read my memoir, the section on I think it's chapter 2, self-esteem, and it talks about my first job. And I was a teenager, and I was an itty bitty little thing, and I wore mini skirts and crop tops, showed my belly, and I didn't know any better. And I got a job in a store, and I showed up for the first day, and I'm in my mini skirt and my little shirt with my part of my belly hanging out. She's like, my boss looks at me and goes, I'd send you home, except I need you now, but you are going to have to change wardrobe. Nothing short, down to your knees, and no belly hanging out. I'm like, man, I don't have anything like that. So I went home and started sewing, and I made myself a suit with pants and skirt. And so I sewed a suit, and then I had to sew some more clothes. So the suit covered a couple days, with different shirts that made it look a little bit different. To wear it with or without the jacket, change it up. I didn't need to. I was only a part-time worker, so I didn't need a ton of stuff. BA works in the guidance counselor's office and do a lot of attendance stuff and state reports. Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember the guidance counselor's office. I had a favorite guidance counselor. Didn't like all of them. I did like one. Funny thing is, I met him, how many years ago? I'm going to say it was when my son was out looking for apartments right after he got out of the school. Maybe 12 to 15 years ago, I ran into him. And, of course, he looked a lot older, obviously. And then my son had nonstop problems in that apartment. He turned out to be a real jerk. I'm like, man, I loved him in school as a guidance counselor. But as a landlord, he was a jerk. He expected them to fix everything. They had to call and get someone to come out and fix something if it broke and whatnot. It's like, doesn't usually work that way. That's the landlord's job. It's like, what does your lease say? Does your lease say you have to take care of all this stuff? So he turned out to be a real jerk. They got out of there pretty fast. And then they had to fight for their money back. Jen says, I wish I was a counselor for kids in some form. Oh, not me. I don't know what to say in the best of times. Certainly wouldn't want to have to deal with a crisis. Oh my God. Can't even deal with my own crises without having to try to deal with other people's problems and drama. Gotta be a certain kind of person for that. I'm not it. I like being in the back office, and I don't like being in the front office. I like being in the back. I like doing my work, being left alone, me and my computer. We get along just fine. Me and people, not so great. VA says it is a lot of fun. This is my second year in that position, but I've done other jobs. Cool. Well, I hope they stay in school this time. Not go back for a couple weeks and then be sent home again. It's hard on everybody. Especially the parents who suddenly have kids home and they can't go to work. And their boss is like, having a fit. Well, should we do a sprint? I need to do something about food myself. Provided you two are here to do something, of course. Hmm. I don't take that for granted anymore. Used to be people came to a sprint that came to write, but nowadays sprint can mean anything. Oh, I'm just here for the chat. I'm not here for anything else. Okay. You don't need me for that. Excuse me. I just don't know what I want. I could just boil the noodles and that'd be easy. Or I could make the chili, but that would take a lot longer and then boil the noodles. Because I have to cook all the meat up first and then boil the chili. Cook the chili for a while. Plus climb up the chair or try to kill myself with that hand holder thing and try to bring cans down without banging myself in the face with a can. Jen says, I don't know if I liked your picture on Instagram or not, but I meant to, BA. Well, you know, I first started reading that. I don't know if I liked your picture on Instagram. I'm like, what are you saying? Yeah. Like, I can't believe you said that. And then I finished reading it, of course, and realized you didn't say what I thought you said at first. You talking about his monster? That picture? Because I saw that was up on Instagram. Jen says I forget a lot of things. My memory is long gone. I don't remember too much anymore. And I keep saying, telling my kids stuff. They said, Mom, you already told us that. I'm like, well, I don't remember telling you. Well, you already told us it 2 or 3 times. I'm like, all right, I'm sorry. Give me a break. Jen says, plus I skim social media and tend to rush. I forget a lot of things. Yeah. I kind of rush through social media, especially now. You know, I get so many of those doggone guys that are trying to hook up, and it's like, are you legitimately an author or are you somebody trying to hook up? And sometimes I look and sometimes I don't bother. I look at the picture, I look at the name on the thing, and if it doesn't say something about author or poet or something like that, there's a picture of a guy, forget it. I'm not even going to bother. And now they're sending me videos. It's like, oh, I don't know. No, I never had a great memory. I did used to have a good memory, but no, not anymore. Been a long time. He says, I'm thrilled how my creature turned out. That was pretty neat. And like I said, my first thought was the little shop of horrors with the head on the creature. I thought of that movie. If you've ever seen Little Shop of Horrors, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Jen says my daughter gets offers from sugar daddies. I still get offers from them. It's like, go away. I get a thing that says, hello, gorgeous. I'm like, all right, now I know you did not look at my picture. You don't start the thing. You start the thing, hello, gorgeous. You're done for. Jen says, I mean, there's all kinds of things are wrong, but we laugh. all kinds of wrong, but we laugh. Yeah, as long as she understands that it's not right, it's okay. You tell her to go earn her keep around here. My ex-husband used to tell me, go on out in the street corner. We need extra money. I'm like, you're kidding. You better be. I think he was half serious. Going out in the street corner and earn some extra money. Like, you better be kidding. Half the time, I don't think he was kidding. I think he seriously meant it. I mean, he always wanted me to enter the wet t-shirt contest at the biker rallies. And if you've ever known anything about biker rallies, wet t-shirt contests, that's the mild name they give it. But to order to win that thing, you got a lot more than wet t-shirt. Let me tell you. And everybody's snapping pictures. I'm like, I am not getting up there. You have got to be kidding me. Are you kidding me? You want me to get up there where you could probably win? I said, I don't care. I don't want people taking my picture. What if that picture gets back to my family? Are you crazy? And he was always telling me to get up there on the thing and you know, win some money. He goes, look how much money you could win. I'm like, it's not worth that much money to me. I wanted to kill him sometimes. He seriously wanted me to do that. And we got some of the pictures we got were, I didn't know what he had pictures of, and I took them to get them developed. And I went to pick them up. He told me to go pick them up. And I went to pick them up. And luckily, it happened to be a guy. And he was like, I made extras of these for myself. I'm like, what? Why? He said, well, they were good enough to keep a copy of. I'm like, what the hell is on those pictures? And he showed me the pictures. I'm like, oh my God. I wanted to kill my husband. I wanted to kill him. I said, you sent me in there to get, and I can't believe that they printed them. These pictures were full sexual pictures. And this is what they did in order to win these supposedly wet t-shirt contests. And they had somebody up there performing, and he snapped all these pictures and didn't tell me that was what was on there. And I said, I was so embarrassed, and thank God it wasn't a woman or an older woman. Oh my God, I would have died. I said, you were lucky it was a guy and he printed them. He kept the stuff for himself, but at least he printed them. Here's your filthy pictures. Oh my God. Yep, that's the way my ex was. I couldn't believe it. You really want your wife to do that? Really? In front of all these people? Well, look at his whole thing was the money. Who cares about the money? Do you really want me up there like that? Honest to God. And he wasn't kidding. He was serious. I said, what if our kids see these pictures? You have got to be kidding me. And we took our kids to some of these rallies. And it's like, when nighttime rolled around and all these contests and stuff started, I'd have to take the kids and take them to somewhere else away from where the action was going on and occupy them so he could have his fun. If they weren't with us, then he expected me to get up there and like, no way. Not happening. You work in a photo lab? I bet it was interesting. If it was anything like what my ex-husband used to send through. And the thing is, we were told that no sexual penetration pictures were allowed. But depending on who was arming, the machine, those young guys, they'd print them out for you. They didn't care. They kept a copy for themselves, like I said, but he said to me, he says, "Are you sure you want these? Are you sure these are yours?" I said, "I don't even know what's on them. What do you mean, am I sure they're mine? Is our name on them?" My ex-husband, well, he was my husband at the time. So my husband dropped them off. So there's the name. I said, "Well, yep, that's him." He said, "Wow." I'm like, "Wow, what?" I'm like, opened them up and looked at them, and I wanted to die. Like, I couldn't believe he took them and dropped them off to be printed out. I was ready to kill him. Jen says, "I had many times I told the customer I couldn't print their pictures. The look on their face was priceless." Yeah, you probably had the same thing. You're not allowed to print those. And sometimes it may have just been them, their own private pictures. But some of the stuff we had was definitely, from the rally was pretty darn wild. Bikers. I mean, need I say more? And there are nice bikers out there. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the wild pagan type of bikers. That's the kind of stuff that we went to. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm here. I don't belong here. Jen said, but there was a dark side to it as well. We had a man that took slightly inappropriate pictures of kids. Oh, they were just enough to be disturbing. Those are, you're supposed to, I believe, you're supposed to report that to the cops if they're with kids. I'm glad I didn't have that job. He would have loved it, though. I think somebody told him if you mail it away, you usually don't have the same problem. But if you go into a store, it's a lot different. I don't know. I think we tried to call the police, but the guy ended up using the send-out service that we don't get to look at. Yeah, I think that's what he was told, that you could do that stuff if you mail it out, but don't send it. They don't do it in the store. They won't allow it. He turned in a kid for graffiti. That's funny. We had some of the funniest conversations. I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I ended up talking to Greg all night long last night. Like you and I always talk to Jen, and we were talking, and he'd ask me questions, and we talked about quite a few things. Maybe even some of them different than what you and I have talked about. And he's like, asked me a question every now and then. I said, I felt a little silly. I said, as far as I can see, there's one person here. As long as you're still answering me, then it's probably just you. I mean, we talked about a lot of stuff. So this was really early in the morning. It was time for me to go to bed, long past time. And, it was morning there. He was getting ready to go get breakfast. We were still talking. He was the only one on. Him and I. So we talked a little bit about my jerky ex-husband for a while. And we talked about psychopaths and stuff like that. And yeah, I think that's, I think of him as a psychopath. Amelia, are you sneaking in here again? Oh my gosh. Crime scene photos. Oh my gosh, Amelia. Process crime scene photos as well. Yikes. Yeah, that would be bad. And of course, there comes Amelia right on cue. Hi, Amelia. Jen says, I can honestly say that if I was suicidal, I'd never use a gun. It's horrible. I used a handful of pills and a bottle of wine, but it didn't work. As you can see, I'm still here. Did not blow my head apart. I wouldn't even touch the gun. We had a gun. He says, give me the key to the gun. I said, I didn't want a key in the first place. I didn't want a gun in the first place. I don't like these guns in the house, by the way. We had big arguments over guns. There were some big crimes that we were seeing firsthand. Oh, man. BA says, I think I'm going to go and wash the gel out of my hair. Can't stand to sleep with it in my hair. Funny, funny, funny. Thank you, Jen. I am glad now, but at the time I was not. And I wanted to wring my little daughter's neck, who took me to the hospital and had me clean it. But she did the right thing. And the only reason I told him about it was I needed help. And I didn't know how to get help. So I told my daughter. And she took care of it. She got me the help I needed. So, yes. We just took a little walk on the wild side there. You missed all that. Most of that, Amelia. You walked in at an interesting time, for sure. You missed all the sex talk and stuff that was going on before that. All the sex pictures. I'm surprised, though, that they gave you crime scenes to process. Wouldn't they go have their own lab for crime scene work? I can't imagine they did that in some place out in town. Yes, sex talk. The wet t-shirt contest to turn into being more than wet t-shirt contests. Maybe you don't know about those things. Being such a nice, wholesome young lady. I took a walk on the wild side. I was a biker chick, so I hated that. I did not fit in there at all. That whole lifestyle, I hated it. Yep, the police would drop stuff off, and everyone in the store wanted the details. Wow. I'm surprised. I would think they had their own lab. Don't know about that. It ain't wholesome, though. Sounds like old school sexting. uh, well, let me tell you, at a wild biker rally, they do some wild things. And my stupid ex-husband expected me to be part of the entertainment. I'm like, you're kidding me. And he's like, no, we could use the money. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You're such a jerk. And then that's how we got on the thing of doing pictures, is because I had to take, he told me to go pick his pictures up from the store. And when I got there, the guys were grinning at me. And they're like, you sure these are your pictures? Can you describe them? I'm like, I don't know what's on them. My husband dropped them off. Is this him? And they showed me the name. I said, yeah, that's him. So they gave me the thing. And they said, you better check and make sure they're all there. I said, I don't even know what this one here. And they pulled the pictures out. And they were all sex pictures. I'm like, oh, my God. And they were grinning at me. They thought it was the funniest thing imaginable. Oh, gosh. So embarrassing. That's my ex-husband for you. One of the many reasons he's the ex-husband. Oh, yeah. Sleeping with the Enemy. That is one, oh, creepy movie. And when they show that scene where she's, she got away and she's met this guy and she's there, and then they show that scene and everything's lined up perfectly. And all you can think is, oh my God, no. Because you know what that meant. If anybody saw the movie knows what I'm probably talking about. That was one creepy movie. God, I would, mine wasn't quite that creepy. He's creepy enough. Not quite that creepy, though. Amelia says, thinking about a writing prompt in relation to my superhero universe. The theme is tropical vacation, and I'm trying to fit in my plans for a sequel into it. I'm not quite sure my plans fit into their list of prompts. And Jen said, I don't know, watched it with him. He was like one of the first serious boyfriends. I was so dumb. Oh my gosh, you watched it with him? When did that movie come out? I probably watched it with mine, too. Come to think of it. That was quite a while ago. But he wasn't that OCD, like with the everything having to be lined up kind of a situation where, I would notice something like that. But in that movie, when you saw that scene, you knew he was there. I mean, as soon as she walked in and saw, and you just looked at it and it's like, oh my God, you know what's coming next. Sometimes writing prompts can really, like I said, that moved that whole story of mine along. I just broke it off though because I want to use it in my book, and I don't want it to be a young adult romance, and I had to keep it family friendly for the prompt site I was writing on, so I just ended it quickly and happily ever after. But that's not the way it's going to be in the story. But I do think writing prompts can sometimes move your story along. Can even give you some great ideas. But I guess it could be hard if your plans don't fit into the list of prompts they give you, though. That it kind of helps if the prompts fit. Though I took a story idea and I just, I was given 3 words and I had to write a story. And each day I had to go along with another set of words, and what I got, moved the story in certain ways. It may not have gone the same way if I had written it, but then it wouldn't have gone anywhere if I had written it with a prompt, because I have a hard time coming up with story ideas for sure. And Amelia says, I'm thinking of the prompt, start your story with your character emerging from the sea and end it with them looking at the stars. Not sure if they would accept my character nearly drowning and only surviving because she discovers she has water superpowers. Oh, gosh. Jen says, I'm going to write for a contest. The story needs to involve coming into a large sum of money and a black note. A lot of ways you could go there, for sure. Really. He said the prompt is so tempting because that is the setting I want in my sequel, and the winner gets $50. Well, I don't know why it would make a difference if it's about a superhero or not. It doesn't say it can't be a superhero, does it? Go ahead and write it. Yeah. I don't see why. I don't see why you can't. Jen says, yep, and I went dark and tragic as one does. Old school kind of notebook with a Chromebook kind of notebook. I'm sure when she says the black notebook, she's talking about the old school kind of notebook. Like the little bookies used to write their little things down in, and I can just imagine these people who, killers for hire, have their little notebook with, their notes in it, stuff like that. Like a moleskin, I think they call it. Heard the term moleskin. Not sure it has to do with a notebook, except as a cover, maybe. So two of you writing for a contest. Very good. Good luck to you both. Laura's saying she gets a lot of her anthologies by joining groups on, of course, in her case, it's horror. But maybe, Jen, you could, if you have access to, some, they don't have to be in person. They could be, online groups of romance writers, and they might know some anthologies that are looking for, you know, submissions, unless you want to go outside the realm of romance, of course. Amelia says, well, I'm thinking about whether she would really be emerging from the sea because she may or may not be getting drugged out by my main character in my first story. I suppose they can always change it later. Well, if it's just a short story that you're writing, you could use whatever part you wanted in your book. You wouldn't have to use the whole thing. That's what I'm doing. I wrote a thing on my blog, that long blog story I wrote, but what I wrote in the blog is not going to be the story that it goes in my book finally. Part of it will be, but I'm going to change a lot of it to be a lot darker. Obviously, it's not going to be young adult romance. It's going to be a mystery murder story. And I'm thinking about how I can do this and make it really, really not a happy ending. It may have a happy, happy, happy ending at the very, very end, but it's not going to be for a while. I found my anthology on Facebook by chance. Yeah, that's what people say. Go online, join groups, and there's a lot of them listed out there that you can find. Well, if there's a deadline and it's not past the deadline, then you've got plenty of time to send it in before the deadline. There's no usually not a cutoff. Is there a cutoff? But I'm going to cut this off at 100 stories, and I'm not going to take any more. Usually, it's a deadline. Take as many as they get. Go for it, girls. Go for it. Mary says sequel is really far away, so I can always change it when I get to actually seriously writing the sequel. And just write the short story as a practice demo sort of thing. It could just be a short story. It doesn't have to have anything to do with your actual work in progress. You can do whatever you want. Write a short story. Go for it. The contest is through a site called Drupal Media, and it's like an online story type thing. I would definitely say go for it. Go for it. Both of you. Don't worry about your story, Amelia. It doesn't have to have anything to do with it. Just write a short story. Go even further. Don't use superheroes. Make it a different kind of story. Do you write anything besides superhero stories? Is there something else that you could write? You don't have to write everything superheroes. Unless that's your main goal in life is to write everything about superheroes. Think about it. A lot of people write short stories as a way of practicing writing. I like to do them. They keep my mind fresh and thinking, and you know. Mia said I'm on Reezy's blog, by the way. That's where they have these contests. Oh yeah, I see those contests all the time. I never never paid too much close attention to them, but yeah, I know about that. I keep getting their emails. I don't bother to look at them, but I do get their emails. I know they have a writing contest. I think it's weekly. Something like that. I know they have them all the time. I get the emails because I get emails from them. So I just deleted one today. I didn't even look at it. I just deleted it. So much junk in my email. No superheroes. Honestly, I would just really like using subversion and adding different genre elements, like having aliens or adding superheroes, etc. is a cool way to do that. I'm not saying you don't have to stop writing your book, but does everything you write have to have it? Can you write something without them? Weekly deadlines, yeah, that's the one. I mean, really, is it possible for you to write something besides that? I mean, like, Laura launched onto this, she latched onto horror and she can't let it go now. she's she's hooked on horror now. Before that, she was writing a sci-fi story, and I don't think she's looked back since she got into the horror thing. And, it's like, that's all she writes now is horror. I don't know if she could even write a simple, regular story anymore. So I'm saying, is that all you can write, superheroes? Or could you write something that's not superhero? I like the idea of expanding my story's universe. Different characters and different plot in a world where superpowers exist but are rare. I'm addicted. I guess you are. I don't know what to say to you. I guess you are. I have to get some food. I don't think I've had anything in quite a while now, and I have to check my blood sugar. So let's start a sprint. Maybe you can start your stories, work on your stories. I don't know if we lost BA or not. Looks like we might have. I only see 2 names up there. So let's start a sprint. Oh, timer's on the other side now. Can't find it. Gotta look for it. Okay. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, ladies. I will see you later. I think BA's gone. I'm going to see 2 people now. Alright. I got my noodles in. They're getting butter on them now, melted in. I agree with Jen. Amelia, always write what you love. Don't compromise for anyone. If it's a job, it's a different story. You may have to compromise. But if you're writing for yourself, always write what you love. And if it's superheroes, then you write superheroes. There's a place in this world for superheroes. Just look at all the people that love superheroes. Obviously, there wouldn't be so many movies and TV shows and all of that stuff, and people, flocking to that stuff if they didn't love superheroes. So you definitely write what you love. I mean, I'm not a superhero person, but I don't have to be. I have my own things that I enjoy. And they might kill me, but I'm working on it. I watch the counter. It's popping down here. My noodles will be all buttery soon. I'll be able to eat them. And I'm glad you love the characters a lot more. It definitely helps if you love them. If they're just blah or you hate them, there's no point. You have to love what you write. It's very important that you do that. Back to the timer so I can turn it off. Alrighty. So I made my noodles. One thing. I started putting amounts on my spreadsheet because I'm still trying to figure out the job. The first job and the second job, I still have to find out how much. I got an idea what the wages are in a fancy restaurant. So I have to come up with something for this first job for my character. All right, Amelia. Have a good night. We'll see you later. Sleep tight. Jen says, I always want to write from my heart as opposed to what sells. I just don't feel authentic any other way. Well, you're kind of in a situation where you're getting paid for doing something. One, you may enjoy it, but there's a responsibility there. And that's got to put a little bit of a hairbrain on what you're doing. You can't totally write exactly what you would love to do. That makes it a little bit harder because you do have boss for some of your writing. But you need to take time and write for yourself, stuff you enjoy. I'm sure your clients want you to write what sells. They don't care about your art. I was gonna say, you don't put your heart into the freelance work. I was gonna say they don't care about your heart. They want what sells. Make it a good story, but follow a formula for the most part. That's interesting. I have heard people say that there is a beat sheet for writing romance. Which I guess is what you mean by formula, sort of, a beat sheet. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing the contest. You need to take some time and write your own stuff. Your own romance is so much more than just romance. See, there's different types of romance. You got just the pure, simple romance stories, and that's all it is romance. There's nothing else to it. And then you got the things like Nora Roberts writes a story. There's a whole story. It's not just romance. The whole thing is not about the romance. The romance is almost incidental, if you know what I'm saying. There is a story there, some other type of story there, and then the romance, of course. And I do think that is a good idea. But there is also a market for just pure, simple romance stories. I understand that. But my favorite are the kind that have a story to them besides just the romance part of it. I do need to finish the contest piece and get an opinion on it before I post it. Do you have somebody to give you an opinion? Sometimes that's the hard part. Finding somebody to give you an opinion. I've done a few for Laura. I like writing emotions, and those are part of romance novels. But I like angst and messy minds too. Yeah, your friend is an editor of sorts. So that's perfect. Yeah, she'd be a great person to help you make sure it's what you want it to be. Cool. Because sometimes that's hard finding somebody to read it and somebody who can be objective and somebody who knows what they're doing too. So they told me with beta readers, they said you really shouldn't get fellow writers, that you should find people that read it, not people who write it, because you're going to get a different type of review. I don't know what to call it, whatever it is you get back. So unfortunately, all the people, except for one, and she's my best friend, and she hasn't gotten back to me about it yet. So I've asked her twice. So I'm not going to bug her because she'll tell me off if I get too annoying. She'll tell me off. So I'm not bothering her. She wants to do it, she'll do it. She don't want to do it, she doesn't. She's the only one I have that's not a writer. Everybody else is a writer. What am I supposed to say? My friends are writers. Even though I haven't met them in person, they're my friends. You can have friends you haven't met in person. It's like a pen pal when I was growing up. But yeah, it's hard getting people to read it and be honest. Or too honest. No, we can't be too honest. A couple things bothered me that got said, and I'm like, man, she came back and qualified later on, and I felt better after that. When I read the first piece, I was really, really upset. And when she came back and explained herself, it made sense. And she was right. But I was at first ready to just like jump on it, As long as she can get back to me on the general story and I use Grammarly, I think I'll do okay. Yeah, you should. She's got an idea. I missed something in that. Really professional editors are for authors that make money. Yeah. Because if they can't make money, they don't want anything to do with you. It's hard though getting people to read your babies. I am finding that out now. I thought it would be a lot easier, and it is hard. Well, yeah, to spend a lot just to get it, and then have not win, so you wouldn't even get the prize money to kind of offset what you spent. Yeah, it kind of makes it difficult. You have to pay for an editor to edit it. And I don't know if you know Natalia Lee, but I've been following her for a while, and she's the one that's gone. They're going to live in the van, and she just said today that she's kind of moving away from Authortube. I was kind of amazed. I had to click on the video to listen to it, and she says she'll be posting things, but they're not going to be writing things. It's going to be more about her life in general, and living in a van, and that kind of stuff. Not really writerly stuff. So she's not really going to be full on Authortube anymore. I'm like, wow. Jen said, before I published, a friend's husband had my book, and I pulled the plug. I was so embarrassed that the thought of him reading it. Hmm. I saw that post but didn't finish it. Yeah, well, she wants to get back into writing. She says, I don't have time to write. She has her editing business to deal with, and they want to, do, more stories about their life living in a van. So she says she's moving away from Authortube. I'm surprised she does as many as she does as it is, but she wants people to see what it's like to when they finally get their van back. What it's like. Plus, she does a lot of days. Her day as an editor. She'll do a lot of videos on that. So she isn't really doing. She's been moving away from Authortube slowly, anyhow. And she said she's just kind of like want to move away from it. She'll still be on YouTube, but it's going to be a different type of thing. It's not going to be, Authortube and writer posts kind of thing. You don't get too many of those that leave. Now, Marissa Mohi is always talking about leaving and this, and I'm doing this, and they did that, and she did this, and I'm like, too much drama, lady. Too much drama. Yeah, she said they're looking forward to being able to drive wherever they want to be and just write from wherever they're at, do their work and then enjoy wherever they happen to be, whether it's down south for the winter or up north. I mean, yeah, down south for the winter and up north for the summer, and traveling around, and that's what she wants to do. And she wants to start writing again because she said, she had a series planned and promised, and it didn't. The first book went out, but the second book she never finished it. Yeah, yeah, to be able to just pick up, and especially having jobs that you can do that with, that allow you to take it on the road. They can work from anywhere. They're getting some kind of a booster thing So they'll be using the hotspot on their cell phones, and then the booster will boost their signal from wherever they happen to be so they can go off road, and you know, and they're set up with panels for off grid solar panels and stuff. So I think their hardest part's going to be like showers and stuff. Like in the summertime, they're having a shower hooked up to run at the back of the van for like summertime. You come out of the ocean, you want to rinse off kind of a shower, but they'll have to use showers in campgrounds for, regular shower using. They'll have to use, what's available in their campsite. But there are some campsites that are, even I think in the north, there's some that are open year round because they need to be able to plug in every now and then, charge everything, give everything a boost, even though they're going to have solar panels, kind of give things a boost because they're going to be constantly, drawing on that, especially since they're both working freelancing like that. They're constantly working, pulling a lot of power on those computers. So they have to plug in sometimes to help fill their batteries up. The solar will only do so much to a point. Yeah, you've got that. You've got that possibility. You could always search for more clients if you wanted to do it full time. Yeah, they'll have a plug in the van. They're having some kind of electricity set up that'll be wired through the van. Water system wired through the, I wouldn't be wired, but a water system, through the van because they're having a kitchenette in there. They just won't be able to have like an indoor shower and bathroom kind of. There's not enough room for that kind of stuff. So there'll be probably certain times that where they're going to need to, use a campground in order to use facilities, wash their clothes, stuff like that. They're not going to be able to do that in this van. It's just a little van. It's not a big motorhome even. It's a little van. And once you're 50, there's a possibility of retiring. Wow. Well, I was 55, but I didn't retire because I planned on it. I knew darn well I would have to work the rest of my life. But physical needs aside, I had no choice. I had to become disabled. Well, I became disabled, and then I had to go on disability. So at 55, it was the same year my dad retired. He was 55 when he retired. Not the same year and time, but he was 55 when he retired, and I went on disability at 55. She won't be showing them for a while now because the company will have it for a while. But she has been showing, little pictures here and there of different parts that they've worked on and trying to figure out storage because they lived in it for a few weeks before they turned it over to the company. And she said it was the coldest time because they're in Colorado. And she goes, even our little heater would not heat it up warm enough for us to live in this van. So they said they had to move in with her mom while the van's being finished for a little while anyhow. I forget how many weeks she said they need to finish all the work that has to be done. But they did quite a bit themselves. They were working on it. They've been working on it for quite a while. She would post videos of it, and the progress and everything. And she says she loves the bed. She really misses that. She says the bed was nice. There's not a lot of storage. And they're learning different things that they need from living there. That's like, okay, well, we need to do something different here. And she goes, we need to do something about the clothes because especially winter. In the summer, you can put your, little light summer things in there. But in winter, big bulky sweaters take up a lot of space. and they just don't have a lot of space. So, you know, they're learning things and what they have to do about their shoes, because otherwise, if there's no place for shoes, they're all over the place. And they have a cat, and you got to worry about the cat box and trying to keep the place from being, you know, how cat boxes get everything everywhere. So they're trying to, you know, figure out a setup that's going to make it so it's not cat litter everywhere. And they're young still, so they can do those kind of things, you know. Do it now. When you get older, there's no time for that stuff. Yeah, you don't make a lot. With your kind of thing, you could probably get more clients. Right now, you're limited in your time frame, but if you were doing it full time, you would be able to take on more clients. So you would definitely be able to take on more clients. You work at your own, you know, your own hours and stuff like that. So if you wanted to have the day to yourself to do things and then just work at night, you could do that. Nobody's going to tell you if you're freelancing. You do whatever you want. Do you want me to start a sprint? I have to go get my noodles so I can start eating. They gotta be pretty buttery by now. I'm sure it's mixed in. Work a lot faster for the ones that you have. Yeah, well, that's it. You know, if it became a choice of whether you got to stay home and work from home or go to a daytime job, yeah, you'd probably work a little faster for the ones you already have. And yeah, that's what I said. You got to write your own stuff. That's what makes us happy. You have to have something that makes you feel good, make you feel good. Yeah, that sounds good. I guess you're assuming that has to do with the me setting a timer so I can eat and do whatever, maybe a worthwhile meeting. All right, let me set the timer, and I will be back. We're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so I'm gonna be. I'm gonna go get my food and do a little bit. I turned off the mute. I muted it and do a little bit. Yeah, discipline. We talked about that earlier. That is my main problem. I would have a hard time with the discipline of working at home with no one boss standing over me telling me what I had to do, clocking in and out, you know. But yeah, you'd have to learn that. But yeah, I can imagine that would be, you know, I mean, I have that lifestyle now simply because but I can't sell my books because I can't increase my income. So it's kind of a catch-22 for me. Oh, hi, Courtney. You called me. I was just going to go get some food. Um, Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm about to go get my food, so you caught me just before I muted and went and got it. Hope to see you again soon. Good night. I finished eating. Then I'm trying to work on this spreadsheet, but me and formulas don't go along so well. So I'm stuck a little bit here for the moment. I figured out how much approximately everything for the month is going to be, because I need to know how much she needs to make in order to pay these bills, to know what kind of job to get her. So that's what I was doing. I was eating at the same time, trying to write with one hand and eat with the other hand, trying to remember all the expenses. There's probably something I left out. Trying to think about, different expenses. Probably something I left out. I just need a rough estimate so I can figure out what kind of job she needs to be. Because like I said, the beta readers have this big thing about, I said she was a doctor in the hospital, an ER doctor, and she also worked part-time at a fancy restaurant, and they said she doesn't need that kind of money to work, that if she was a doctor, she would need to work 2 jobs. And I have to create this because the 2 jobs is part of my story. So I have to figure out what her first job has to be. So it might be a nurse instead of a doctor, or it might have to be a doctor. Got a big fancy beach house, a sailboat. Vacations. I didn't factor anything in for vacations, and they like to vacation on the sailboat. So there's still some things to go into that. Okay, now, hopefully, Jen, you're still here. It says I have one person, and if Jen took off to help her daughter off to dreamland or something, I'm hoping she's still here. Are you still here, Jen? And what did you do? This is always more fun when you can share it with others. That's why I love streams, especially ones where you can actually interact. It doesn't mean anything if the person, doing the thing isn't interacting, is not doing anything. That's what I liked about the small ones. That's what most people tell me. Oh, okay. It's Friday night. We stay up and party. All right. Well, party on. How many words did you party during your party? If any. Or are you partying? Really partying. Not just staying up and party, but actually party. uh, it's oddly small tonight. I gather you mean the number you wrote, although you didn't write it, so I don't know. It doesn't matter how small it is. You could say one word. Oh, you mean party. I mean, I'm writing and they're doing art. Okay. Did you write anything? Or did you do some art with them? And you baked the cake. Oh, man. I love cake. Vanilla. No, I'm a vanilla person when it comes to cake. And I love the whipped cream vanilla frosting as opposed to buttercream. And I'll eat that whole cake in no time at all. The place I'd love to get cakes at, it's not really too many of them around anymore. And they used to sell small cakes, so I didn't have to buy a whole big cake. Now, the store I go to now does make some small cakes, which are still a little big, but I don't quite like the cake. The taste is fine as far as cake goes, but it's not special. This other place made such great, especially when it was made with the whipped cream topping as the frosting. Chocolate cake with cream cheese. What's good, but it's not on my top of list of my favorites. What do you mean you didn't do much? Oh, you were talking about the party. I was going to say, 10:25 the first sprint and 6:21 the second. That's great. It averages out to 8 something. So, yoo-hoo, you did great. I can't wait to get back to writing, but I got to get through this mess first. And I'm being a perfectionist, which isn't helping matters any. If I wasn't such a perfectionist, it wouldn't be such a hi, Kate. It wouldn't be so much as difficult if I wasn't such a perfectionist. I mean, I'm really getting nitty gritty, pennies and dimes, and getting ridiculous. I just need an estimate. That's all I need to make a decision on what her what her job is going to be. Ah. So how you doing, Kate? Oh, I was going to say, Jen, what was that? Hi from the cat. Okay. Jen says, hey, stranger, how are you? Yeah, we don't see you much, Kate. It's almost Nano month, though, so I expect more people will start looking for sprints once Nano month officially arrives, and it's almost here. Which means I got to get myself in gear if I want to get something ready to write for camp. Or I'll still be doing editing at the rate I'm going. But I do have a pretty good idea in mind for second book. So it's just a matter of connecting the two and then working on book 2. But that story I've been writing all along on my blog, which I'm now done. I finished it. I went through all that bit with the wedding, but in a way, it's kind of good because when I do the book, I'll actually get more into detail, though something's going to happen and it's not going to be what they thought. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going yet with it. Kay says I can commiserate on the perfectionism a bit. Been focusing on edits for part 1 of what grows in between more craziness, and I'm down to obsessing over single sentences. Well, I don't feel so bad then. I'm not the only crazy person around here. This is all because my beta reader said, well, I don't think that your choice of jobs for your character is right because she shouldn't have to work 2 jobs if the first job should be enough. And my whole book, I kind of need the second job. So now I have to see, was I right the first time and I picked the right job, or do I have to downgrade her job so she needs the 2 jobs? I'm trying to see, because I have to figure out their lifestyle and figure out how much all that's going to cost. And it's doing a lot of research and whatnot, a lot of Googling, trying to see if I need to change her job or not. And if I do, then of course that's something I have to change throughout the book. Besides the other things I have to fix. That's just one of the main things with the beta. The one thing, very little did they agree on, but that was one thing they all seemed to agree on, was the fact of her having the 2 jobs, whether it was too much. Did she really need a second job with her first job? So now I have to justify my reasonings for having that job. And they made me think, and it makes sense. If she has a job that makes more than enough money, why would she have a second? Most people don't have second jobs unless they're like for fun. Like, I like to write, so I want to be a ghostwriter and, whatever. That kind of stuff. So let's see. Kate's been writing here. Let's put it up on the thing. Kate says, I've been absolutely swamped at work, unfortunately. Barely had time to get things like regular meals and a real sleep schedule, let alone writing. Sigh. How are you too? Jen says, you sound busy. And then Jen says, well, I was exposed to COVID last week. Good times. I didn't get it, but I was home all week being paranoid about it. I'm back at work this week, and it's weird. Jen says, I got insomnia the week I was off. Kay says, oh no, are you feeling okay symptom-wise? Jen says, ooh, about, oh wait a minute, did it jump on me again? Yep, it did. Yeah, we're overloaded. Apparently the higher ups are like, oh, let's do all this in-house. But in-house works a lot better when you have, say, 10 people, not 5 or dozens of ops per week. Oh, okay. That's what Jen's saying ooh about. All right. So Jen said, yeah, I didn't have any symptoms. And Jen says, my coworker had it, is back as well, and I want to tell her to go home. Really? She's back already? Wow, that's a little scary. They didn't even give you guys enough time to quarantine, let alone let the person who was sick come back. Did you hear Megan yesterday when she said her boyfriend came home and said that he had been exposed at work, or I guess at work? And she's like, we're spraying everything down, and he's showering, and she goes, I'm going to wear a mask. I said, he's got to wear a mask too. She goes, oh, well, I'm going to have to tell him because she's immunocompromised. She's got an illness that makes her more apt to get it. And I said, you both have to wear masks. I'm sorry. And she's like, oh, I'm going to have to tell him that. So I don't know what happened there, and I didn't ask her. That's her business. But I did tell her that she really needed it. Jen said, I got published in the anthology that came out yesterday. You didn't tell me that. You did not tell me that. I knew you were writing something now, but you didn't tell me that you got published in one. Really? You didn't tell me that. I can't believe you didn't tell me that. Casey, that seems super fast. Good Lord. She had 2 weeks off. I'm so worried for her. She's coughing and everything. Jen, that is not good news. If she's still coughing, she should not be there. She's still showing symptoms, and they're finding out it's taking more than 14 days for people to get well. I know people that have been off of work months because they're still sick. So your work is playing with your guys' lives. No, Jen, you didn't. You did not tell me that. Why didn't you tell me that? Kate says, oh my God, Jen, congrats on being published with anthology. Yeah, congratulations, but I'm a little bit hurt that you didn't tell me. Jen says, no, she's pretty miserable. I'm sure she is miserable because she's probably still sick and should be in bed. There's people out for months with that. People die in the hospital from that. Your work is really bad. Jen says her doctor cleared her, but based on what, I don't know. Huh. They won't let her into a place of business or a doctor's office if she's coughing. That's one of the things that keeps you out. One of the symptoms you're not allowed to have to enter when they ask. Jeez. I wrote the story the night before it was due. Well, maybe that's why you got so carried away you didn't think about telling anybody, but rockstar romance. Cool. I keep telling you, you're not being uppity by letting people know you've written something that's been published. You got to get over this, girl. I try not to be all uppity about my writing. It's not uppity to tell people that you were published. Kay says, poor thing, like safer than sorry should be the way of business, right? Yeah, it should be. Like I said, I know people that are out of work for a couple months because they're still sick. And they say it takes more than 2 weeks. It just doesn't go away in 2 weeks' time, just like that. And she needs to be taking it easy, not working and possibly exposing her fellow workers. Kate said, well, how about some of this best stuff is written last minute in late night panic. Hey, that's how I did my A+ research papers, was the night before I went to bed with no sleep. She said, you had me at romance and double had me at anthology. She's writing another one for an anthology now. Well, you see, my office can't go down. We are super important. They didn't want to cover us another week, I'm sure. And if you die, then what? There is, death is permanent. They seem to have their priorities screwed. Kay said, just pre-ordered the anthology. So excited to read. You know the name of it? Did you put the name and I missed it? Jen says, I'm not making anything yet. It's for charity, as most anthologies are. Yeah, but just being published is neat. Seeing your stuff in writing is neat. I had a poem published in the book, and I was so excited to see my name and my poem in the book. Even though I didn't make anything on it. Did I miss the anthology thing? Yes, post the link. Good grief, girl. I think it's 99 cents. Want the link, Kate? Yes, I want the link, and I'm not Kate. Kate says, laughing my ass off, saying Tessa, all my overnight papers were A's. All the ones I worked on beforehand were B's. Yeah, exactly. And when the teacher said, where's the outline? I don't see the outline. I'd say, oh, I must have left it home. And then I'd run home and throw together an outline because I didn't write them outlines. Still don't. Jen said, I'm trying not to stress. Kay said she saw it on Kindle and just got it. I'm really confused. Jen says, isn't it out, Kate? Now I'm getting more confused. Jen's asking Kate. Jen said, I am going to get it back in 6 months and make a longer story. Tangled Rhythms. Is that what I'm supposed to look up in Amazon? Tangled Rhythms? Oh, I thought it said Tangled Sheets. Now I get 2 romance anthologies. Oh my goodness. The heck? Put the link up. Let's see here. Find my thing where I'm spruce. This is me now. All right. Oh yeah, that's a different one, but the anthologies are one. This link should take me directly to I should have it now. No, I should. Jen said, I kind of want that one, Kate. He says, there we go. I feel a romance binge reading weekend. What better way to close out February? I gotta start reading again. I'm trying to put it into my planner to remind myself to read and not all the stupid research I've been doing. I like the shorter stuff as well as the longer stuff. I mean, I like getting involved in a series of books if I really enjoy it. But I love anthologies, short story stuff because you can read them so quickly. So it looks like there's another one. Everybody wants to get here. You guys are funny. There we go. I feel a romance binge week reading week. What better way to close out February? Yeah. Cool. I haven't even read a lot of it yet. I ordered a paperback for myself, so hopefully I'll save it. Oh yeah, if it was my own, I would definitely order a paperback. Sure. Jen says my books need to be close to one another. Oh, wow. Well, that's nice. That's really great. Because I know she's writing one right now for another anthology. I don't know if she got into it. I mean, maybe I should. Yeah, I need more work to do. I can't even do everything I want to do now. And now I'm talking about writing for anthologies on top of everything else. Like I don't have enough to do. Jeez. Plus the writers group I belong to. Though I haven't been able to get in, and they keep changing their different kinds of online meetings, and nothing's working and letting me in. And I wrote to him, and he hasn't bothered to answer me, so I don't know what's happening. And if I win the contest, life will be wonderful. There we go. That says it all. Great job. Hope you win. Sending you lots of luck. Yeah, she's entering a contest. Amelia was talking about possibly entering. Well, she's talking about the Reedsy contest. Reedsy, Reedsy. I think they're a UK company. They have weekly contests, and I think she said it was $50 if you win. I didn't get into it. I've looked at it a couple times, but I haven't actually entered. And they give you a prompt to write from. Oh wow, Jen, that's great. 20,000 for the first prize. Holy cow! Now that's some serious money. That would screw my. Oh jeez, that would really screw my life up. It's just my luck I'd win. Oh, I can't get any. In case you're wondering, Kate, I can't increase my income because I'm on a fixed income and I get extra help. And if I get too much and go over a limit, I lose it. And then I'm in big trouble if I lose it. So it's like, I write this stuff and I can't publish anything. If I lose my benefits, I'll be scrambling like a crazy person for everything I can find as a way to make money. Have to skip sleeping at that point. Just quit screwing around. Cases, always throw your hat in the ring. Keeping my fingers crossed for you. Yeah, me too. Fingers, arms. How do they do that? Cross everything. Cross your legs. That's a pretty good sized prize. That's something else. It's nice. That's some prize. Did we want to do another sprint or what? Once I figure out all the expenses, then I have to figure out the salary from the jobs. As if I don't have enough stuff. And I looked all the stuff up before, and it's lost in this huge pile of paperwork, which I gotta find again. Like, oh, gee. Don't have enough stuff. I was so surprised. Oh, wow, I hadn't even thought about that. I was so surprised. I hope it isn't a scam, but it looks legit. Do you have to pay to enter it? Because one thing I was told is that if it's legitimate, there's usually an entrance fee. But if it's not, then when they tell you you win, in order to be published, then they're going to expect all kinds of money for whatever reasoning they come up with. There is a fee, okay, because they say that a ballot contest will have an entrance fee. That's normal for there to be an entrance fee. But when there isn't, and then they ask you for money afterwards, oh, well, you need to send so much for this and so much for this. That's when it turns into a scam. So hopefully, yeah, I never even thought about the scam part of it. I can post stuff there and earn enough if enough people read. Okay. All right, good. But the site is a membership site. that I don't know anything about. But I do know about, because I used to complain. I entered a couple contests over the years, and I used to complain when they'd won a fee, and then I read somewhere where it said that no, it said that legitimate contest is going to have an entrance. It won't be huge. It will be small, but there will be an entrance. Jen said I had a publisher that won it like 10K from me years ago. Really? Never the heck for. A real publisher is supposed to be giving you money, not the other way around. I'll end up doing the free version soon. Kay said, yeah, that doesn't sound right. I thought money was supposed to flow the other way around. Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely not cool. I mean, they give out, how I knew the term, and now the term's going out of my head. Now they give you a amount beforehand, before, against your future. They give you a amount toward your future earnings. I can't remember what it's called. It has a term, but it's going out of my head. Jen said they made everything look so nice, but I am not paying someone to publish my book. That sounds like a vanity press. I bet you that was a vanity press. I bet you it was vanity press. Now that I'm thinking about it, because you actually pay for people to make the book for you, and they'll publish anything. They don't care, because you're going to pay for it. That's what vanity presses are, and they're still around from what I understand. So we got to be careful you don't get hooked up with one of them. They pay to play to your vanity that you want to see your book in print, and you'll pay anything to do it. I don't know much about traditional publishing, but I know they don't ask you to pay money to publish your book. They give you that upfront fee sometimes, depending on, if they think that what you're writing is definitely going to make it. They'll give you a percentage of it as still can't think of that word. And then, of course, they pay for everything. They pay for the edits, and they pay for all that stuff. If you get a traditional publisher, and they're for legit, of course, a lot harder to get a traditional publisher. Now with the, making the indie publishing so much easier and cheaper, more and more people are just doing it that way. And they say that even if you get a regular publisher, you still have to do your own marketing. Even though they do some, they don't do much marketing. You have to do a lot of your own marketing. So you might as well just publish the book yourself. Anyhow, because you're going to be doing most of it, except for the, paying for all that other stuff. Shall we sprint? I know I have things to do. Or do you want to continue talking? What do you want to do? Either way, I need to make a trip to the ladies' room. Because I took a water pill. And guess what? So either way, I'm leaving you. Whether I leave you with a sprint or I just leave you, I'm on my way. All right. I will be back shortly. All right. I'm back. I will start the sprint. You can do whatever you want to do, as many words as you have in you. Doesn't matter. Quick question. I'm trying to draw a map of my city, my little town. Would you think it's easier to start from a corner and work in, or start from the middle and work out? What's your opinion? Then I'll start the sprint. Or start the sprint while you think about it. And come back. Timer. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I did start it. So what do you think? Start at the corner or start in the middle? I'm not sure about. I've never done a map before. I'm trying to create a map of my city. You know, my little town in my book. And I don't know whether it's better to start at the corner and try to work from the corner, or start in the middle and try to work out. Asking for opinions. Doesn't have to be professional opinion, just what is your opinion? What do you think would be the best way to do that? I already drew a map of the house. All right, so Jen thinks the center out. Well, that's what I was kind of thinking. Maybe it'd be easier. Because if I come from the other way, then I have to try to make other things meet. Whereas if I start at the middle and work out, it might be easier. Kay says, yeah, I'm not published or anything, but in my research, a publisher should never be charging you to publish your book, even if there's no advance. That's the word I was looking for. You should still have a royalty agreement. Advance. Yeah. A lot of them give you advances. For a map, I usually pick the focal point where the story starts and build out from there personally. But I'm usually working in the fantasy genre. I think it would be the same no matter what. All right. So I pretty much figured the middle would probably be the best bet too. So I will start from the middle. I want a picture of my town that I'm writing about in the series. So, and I want to put on the things I've already, definitely created, and then add things as time goes on with each book, and more things enter the story. Just so I know for, purposes if I need to go in and like, I want to go to the general store and I have to be over at Johnny's house and, I have an idea of that kind of a thing, where I'm going. It's just a map of this, it's a small town. And then I want to make a map and it put in the different businesses and places where people I know in the story live and that kind of thing. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. I need to do some things still. Still trying to figure out this person's occupation. So I will see you in a little bit. Just write what you feel like writing. You don't have to. All right. So I did a bunch of stuff. More research. I can't find the sites I was on the other day. I hate when that happens. When you look something up and then you can't find it again. So Kate said she got 458 words, which is certainly a nice amount of words. And she finished chapter 39 finally. Yay! Great job. It's always great to finish a chapter. And 458 words is still a great amount of words. It's better than me who's playing around with stuff. But I can't find the sites I was on the other day, and I took notes. Of course, that means either find the notes or I go with what I found today, which I know is not what I found the other day. I'm not really sure. I haven't started. I taped together 9 sheets of paper to make a big area because I can't put a whole town on a little single sheet of paper. Obviously, that wouldn't work. So I haven't started it yet because I have to clear off the table underneath of it so I can put it down and write on it. Right now it's just laying on top of the table. Like I got it taped together, but I haven't actually started doing anything on it. I'm not sure where to make the center of my table. I don't know what I want it to be. Maybe I'll make it a lake or something. Park. Something like that. No. Jen got 553. Okay, cool. Not the normal Jen amount, but still pretty cool. But I wish I could find the stuff. I have to redo these houses too. I scribbled them and they're really messy. I need to find the notes. I don't know where they went. Where I wrote down all the salaries and stuff. Where the heck did they end up going? This is really weird. Because I wrote them all out. And I had different salaries for different kinds of nurses because different nurses make different salaries. And this was a hospital nurse and it went by floor. I can't find those websites. No matter what I put in there, those websites are not coming up. I hate when that happens. Kate says, oh, nice. I do the same thing. One of these days I'll get a giant notepad, but that day is not today. Yeah, I'm really bad with the notes all over the place. I know somewhere I looked all that information up and now I can't find the website. It wouldn't matter so much if I could find those papers with those. Wait a minute. Is that it? That's doctors. Looking for nurses. Not the one I was looking for either. Oh boy. Oh, and someone talking to you part of it. That happens. Not here, usually. My neighbor already knocked on my door just as like I started streaming. I'm like, Couldn't have been 5 minutes before. No, he waits until I'm streaming, then he knocked on the door. I swear he knows. Yeah, I bookmark sites too, but the problem is I can never find them again either. I got millions of bookmark sites and it takes forever to go through. Even trying to break them down into subject matter and make a million different folders, I would still never find them again. Oh my gosh. Jen says your cake is ugly but decent. Hey, ugly doesn't matter. Taste is what matters. Unless you're taking it to somebody else, who cares if it's ugly? Does it taste good? That's all that matters. Now you brought up cake. I want cake again. Because I could have cake. I have cake in a mug. Only it's the vanilla with the little chips in it, colored chips, and the icing is white with chips in it. It's vanilla cake with vanilla icing. And since it comes out, it's hot. Unless I want to let it sit there forever and cool off, it's hot. So it's hot cake. And the icing melts down into the cake instead of staying on top of the cake. So, you kind of get icing down inside the cake. It's not bad. They used to make a whole bunch more varieties. I guess they're stopping making it because I have a hard enough trying to find this one. It would lose a baking contest. Hey, if it tastes good, who cares? Jen says she wants me to tuck her in size. She's going to stop that one of these days, and then you're going to be, what happened? Why doesn't she want me to tuck her in anymore? It does happen, unfortunately, in teenagers. Kate. Kate said she made a banana bread a few days ago. That sounds so good. But it's been a long time since I made cake. Well, I make these in the microwave. You put them in a mug and you make it. And it's better than nothing. Yeah. She says she'll be back. She said that the other night, and 2 hours later, I finally gave up on her. If I wasn't sitting there talking to Greg, I would have been long gone. She never came back. We were talking for hours and hours and hours. All right. See you later. Those cake mugs are pretty easy to make. Just microwave them. Add a little bit of water, microwave them. Don't over microwave them. I wasn't paying attention. And it's like 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I didn't realize I hit 24 minutes. So when I looked over and I saw, what? It had time left on it. I'm like, it didn't go, it didn't cook. God, they would have burnt black. I wouldn't notice it long before 24 minutes in a microwave. But it went past the 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And at first I thought it was okay. It looked fine on the top. It even was springy and everything. So I put the icing on it and I bit into the top layer. It was great. And then I hit rock hard in the middle. Rock hard. The rest of it was rock hard. I'm like, oh my gosh. I can't believe I did that. I was not paying attention. I don't know how I got 24 minutes out of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I got 24 minutes. And I didn't catch it soon enough. So the top layer looked fine, but the bottom, middle and bottom were rock hard. We'll see if she comes back. It's debatable. Yeah. I don't like baking, but the microwave stuff's not so bad. And that's easy. Just pour it in a mug and add a few tablespoons of water and stick it in my. But it doesn't work if you overcook it. I like to throw two of them in there. I got a big enough mug and I put two in there and they cook nicely. You're supposed to have one at a time, obviously. I threw two in there. I tried it one time, it worked, so. Kind of craving brownies. I wouldn't mind it, but I don't have it. I don't usually buy that kind of stuff. Would love to have brownies right now. There was some kind of pan because people like the outside. Was it the outside or the inside? But it was a special pan you could buy and you could cook your brownies in. And then they would all be one or the other. I forget what was his favorite, everybody's favorite. Kay says I'm going to have to sign off in a second. Dog park time again. Really looking forward to the day I have a yard and don't have to walk 10 minutes round trip for this. I can't say I blame you. I don't know if it's nighttime where you're at or not, but yeah, I can't say I blame you. It's one thing, well, I'm not a dog person anyhow, but I would not want to be taking dogs out all the time. I mean, yeah, but cat at this point. And they make enough mess with their litter box. But at least I didn't have to take them out. I just had to keep the litter box clean. And here, I can't have any smell. Can't have, just have. So you have to make sure you clean it. At home, my dad would just say, you know, it smells up there. And then I'd have to clean out the cat box. To here, I can't have any smell. I live in a building now, and you cannot have a smell. Brownies sound amazing. Chocolate, I just try to mix from Trader Joe's a truffle dark chocolate one. Really good and not too sweet. Cool. Yeah. It's 1 o'clock in the morning though. So even if I had the desire to get out dressed to go somewhere, I'm not going to because nothing's. Well, I take that back. Walmart is open probably at this time of night, but I am not going down there. So just getting dressed is too much of a struggle, let alone going down to the store. Okay, well, if you come back after walking the dogs, we might be here. I might be here. I don't know what she's doing. I'm just going to put the sprint on and check back periodically while I'm working. So have fun with your walk. And if I don't see you, have a good night. I'm sorry, I was muted. Have a good night. I'm sorry. I haven't seen Jen come back yet, so we'll see whether she makes it back or not. But thank you. See you another night. I'm gonna just set the timer again. I'm thinking about that cake. I want to go make that cake in a month. I have to check my blood sugar though. Might be too early, and I want it now. Trying to figure. I lost a lot of information, and I don't know where those pages went to. I honestly have no idea where they went to. Did I throw them out by mistake or what? Oh well. All right, I'm gonna put the timer back on. Hopefully Jen does come back. And we'll see the timer. And join me. Okay. Now,